What was I gonna say? I honestly didn't think about the flooding in the backyard until you mentioned it just now. Like shit, the backyard does flood.
So you have to do a mountain high.
Yeah, that would require more dirt, or I can dig a moat around the perimeter.
No.
No?
Don't start digging more than that.
No, I just have to make it so that piece that I forgot. And I'm not actually gonna dig a whole moat in the fucking tonight. But if you can get me more dirt, that would be a lot easier.
But well, try.
Either way, I'm gonna. I saw a really cool thing of someone like just cutting open the bag of dirt and like literally planting their seeds in the bag of dirt.
Yeah. The thing is, it doesn't drain. Because after they just pick them up and put them somewhere else.
Because I have to read all the packages individually.
What do you want? You didn't even want to eat your food. Now you're giving me the eye. I don't give a fuck.
Apparently, you actually have to read the directions on them.
Oh.
Because some you're supposed to germinate and some you're not supposed to.
Oh, yeah?
Apparently, and there's like.
I thought it was either way, both of it.
Apparently, there's different like fucking ways of germinating. Is this mine or yours? What is this? This my sweater or your sweater? It's yours, isn't it?
No.
Why do you want to go up front? Oh, thank you.
I took a lead.
Good. Only take one, not two, eh?
Just one.
Don't get liver damage.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Those used to be like the eye drops.
They're 200 milligrams of naproxen.
Those used to go and stand at the counter like your eye drops.
The other one are 500 milligrams naproxen. I used to get 600 milligrams naproxen.
Good for you.
Oh, but maybe because these are like fast relief action.
Oh, that's a gel cap.
Because usually naproxen you're supposed to like take them in a few days in the week for them to start the inflammatory effects of it. Thank you.
Jax, why don't you go to the box with us?
You just walked the dog yesterday. You're gonna let him run dirt in?
Well, it's not as wet out. There was like a puddle in the garden yesterday where the shade is.
Okay. That's more coffee.
Let's toss right away, boss.
Okay, I'll do it.
What?
Okay. Go. Stop. Go. Stop. Ow, baby.
I patted you. It was a teeny tiny
baby, you hurt me.
Am I retarded?
Maybe a little.
Where did I put it?
What?
Coffee.
Right there.
Oh, because your fat ass is lower.
Oh my god.
So I couldn't see it.
Okay.
I'm doing a thing here.
So your hat.
I like that the roles are reversed where I'm outside digging and like you're inside cooking.
Oh yeah. You see you both.
Yeah. That's right.
I'm upstairs playing video games because I'm fucking tired and broken and happy.
I thought you were going to say emotionally broken.
No, not emotionally broken. Emotionally very, very stable. Stabilized.
I know you're tired.
Stable.
You say words.
But in English, but in French.
Yeah.
Tabarnak. Tabarnak. Escaló, tabarnak. What about your tabarnak?
What about your bird neck?
Tabarnak. Fuck you, tabarnak. What about tabarnak?
You want to do the cough part?
Yeah.
Just there you go.
You give me this. Why? going on with this? This I can't use anymore.
Well, when there's no dishes on it, you can remove. Why do
The
you
thing?
need- Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you just pull off and put it anywhere.
So if I do this, I can move it?
Yeah, but you're
No,
gonna break
I
a bunch of shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but you're gonna break a bunch of shit. Oh. What's this for?
I think like you big utensils,
Okay.
like spoons and ladles
Yeah,
and shit. No, I use I don't know.
This is cool. Cool, I said. Try to be nice here.
Well, once you do dishes, you'll kind of realize that like
No.
it's really not a large dish rack, even though it's such a large object.
Yeah, I get it.
But I was gonna paint some S flat or the little S hooks. I was gonna paint them black.
I put it on it,
Yeah.
and then put the cup. Yeah.
Well, I want to do the underneath again. 'Cause I like having the cups underneath. Want to fix my cup for me?
What are you saying? I don't do cocaine.
Oh fuck. Blah, blah, blah. You know what? It's better when people say cocaine is a recreational drug. I'm like, that doesn't make it better. You should just not say that part at all because it just kind of makes it worse.
I do cocaine. I'm Dr. Roxo.
Do I roll a joint?
Oh my god, fucking 1,000, baby.
Okay, no, I'll roll a big one.
Okay.
What, a big paper?
Roll the new one.
Yeah.
Because all we smoked today was the other one. My dog is crying. Quee. Where's your dog?
He should be downstairs.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he is. You just look like a fucking slipper.
Okay, I have an idea.
What?
What if I take the broken hose, cut it into strips, and then put it down the garden? So it runs off.
Oh my god, this is so fucking smart.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, in order for it to work, your level where the water is and the hose should be higher. Drain it.
But as long as it's angled downwards, but it's kind of like a gutter, right?
Yeah,
Gravity will do the rest.
kind of. You put a fish pump in it with a. This is drain the water out.
I saw this guy that apparently has 3 babies. So on his day off, he took the 3 baby seats, drilled a hole in the table part, and then put the sink drain in them, and then put tubing that went down into one big bucket, basically.
Okay.
So basically, whenever his babies are done eating, they just have a little drain on their baby table.
Huh.
It was a lot of work for fucking something that wasn't actually happening.
That you're gonna use for only the time that
It
your
was really
kid is.
well done. Like he did it very professionally, but it just seems like something that was not necessary when baby wipe. Not actually that much work. Like how much work did you spend in doing this project rather than just wiping it in like 5 seconds?
Right?
And doing a bunch of other interactive things with your children. And he's like, and like all the comments too were like, oh, Father of the Year. I'm like, okay. It's cute. It's like
like a funny haha thing, but like takes one good dad thing to be the best dad, takes like one shitty mom moment to be the worst mom on the planet.
Yeah, best dad moment, but you never wipe your kid's face.
Yeah, no, instead you build a machine that wipes your kid's face. Like, okay.
What do I do with the old sausage and bacon? Is it still good?
No.
Garbage?
The one on the plate?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Not even for the dog?
Oh, you can give it to the dog if you want.
Not all of it, but I mean,
No. With the sausage.
he's creeping out on me.
Go! Go!
Oh.
That guy that was at Jesse's place that you know, he actually was just like immediate. He's like, "Is that Kim Possible?" I'm like, it is Kim Possible. Like that's great. I was like, fucking can't believe somebody actually knows what that is.
Keep my cup warm.
Huh.
Is it ready now, you think?
Yes, definitely. Yeah. If it's making that sound, it's great.
I usually know that. Put the sugar in it first.
I don't know what you did.
I should review this.
I don't know what. Want to do the rest?
Yes.
Oh my god, you're so full.
No, but I don't want the end of it.
Why?
Because there's grains in it. Better nice, better talk to me nice.
I always talk to you.
I know.
Bitch.
I know that's how we argue. Is that the Coke?
I
It is great.
can get Coke, I got speed.
I think I'm so funny.
I would have laughed if I wasn't drinking Coke. Because I was drinking it. Yeah, I was such a joke on it. Aha. Crazy. I have a tongue on it. Not too much. Too little.
Is that a me? You want some chocolate on it? No?
No, you have to.
You like
No.
that joint?
Huh?
You like that? Are you gonna like that joint? You gonna speak English?
Yeah, you gonna speak English? You hear what the lady told me at the...
Yeah, no. Oh, that's so wonderful that you're French and you speak English. Like she was about to say,
No,
and
she
I
said
think,
it was weird that I spoke English and my name was, but she said it properly. Grise Tremblay. I'm like,
Oh.
You're French.
no, I think it's that she was about to say it and then she realized that I'm probably English. I think she was gonna be like, oh, then why do you speak English? But I think she realized that it's because of me is the reason why you speak English.
No, no, it's not you. I answer in English before I even met you.
Yeah, but it's very uncommon for like me. But it's funny because your natural go-to thing, Whiskey, leave them alone. Your natural go-to is to speak French. When you do phone calls, you do it in French, even if you're calling somewhere English.
But they can't.
When you're doing anything business too, like we go to the place here for your volunteer shit, you spoke to her in French just by automatically. But the reason that it's easier,
law.
it's easier. It's just easier to deal with people if you just are French. If you
Yeah.
Most people won't admit, especially French people won't admit that if you're English, it gets difficult to communicate, and people are not helpful.
Can start with you now. But yeah.
You're never gonna be able to get that garden done. Okay.
No, you know what?
What?
No matter if my potatoes are cold, just do your thing.
No, I'm gonna go do the work. It takes like 45 minutes to cook potatoes.
What the? I know. I cut them in small pieces. It takes 20 minutes.
Oh. Jack, come on, Jack. What happened to the front? Okay. Okay. Come with me. Well, fucking. You want to see? Let's go. Come. Come on. look at. And then you just setting the barbecue on fire again. It's a hard time barbecuing with it. That's actually the problem. Fine. Thank you. So these. And what you do is front. I'm sure I'll make it an angle. There. I'm going to get up here. that hurt his mouth. He tried to. Skirt. Like me. Yeah. Oh. So that I don't want big cheese. Please. This.
Much of a factor. This is going to be important later. Instead, without a W.
Thank you.
That liquidity wasn't much.
Whiskey? Whiskey. Whiskey. Come on, go ahead.
The access cameras.
Before the finance team on Thursday.
That's a normal tool that you use. It's not used often, but why the market interest rates were not, why we're not at the estimated level? What happened?
Yeah, for the first time since January 3rd, someone was in a position to ask the Bank of Canada a question of another $5 billion. It just goes the next day. And that's what doesn't matter here or there, as I'm sure. In March of 2020. So something has definitely changed. Why is the Bank of Canada having to use cash injections over yes, And we have been talking to other central banks, and they are seeing similar types of pressures. One thing you're seeing is, as you're well aware, bond rates went up quite a bit. They started to come down.
No, at all.
To 2023. In treatment, of course, is that a year ago, they're still able to into the system, with the banks, the financial institutions, still having $200 billion on the Canada. So, for the government sector, Canada has had to step in and help investors become better for free on their money. They're giving them a bit of which the banks
Oh, get up. Fucking. Who's being? What are you doing? Asshole. Stay where I can see you. 8 months ago. Fucking useless. Oh, Jesus. Well, because very easy. Come over here. Oh, now we're making like hypothetical conclusions. Very good. Get out. What? Come here. Whiskey, come here. Hi. Thank you. Hi. What's that? What? Oh, no, no, no. Come here. Good job. Good boy. Come here. Good boy. No, 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 no. Thank you. You're very helpful. Where's your ball? Go get your ball. Go get your ball. Thank you. I was hoping for longer movements. Ah. Oh no, no. Fine. Yeah. Oh, my- Whiskey? Hi, come over here. Hi, Whiskey. Hi, Whiskey. Oh, straight up ignoring me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jeez. Oh. Oh my god. Hi, come here. Come here. Yeah. Oh, one. Yeah. Just like the referendum. Oh, Brady. That's good. So they like the government. So do not want to work with. Well, vote for the fucking label subscription. Wow. Whatever. Oh, new shiny toy. No, they're yeah. Well, stay at home. Yeah. Hey, stop. Whiskey? Stop. Hey, stop. He's barking at me. Hey. Whiskey! Whiskey! Come here! What's this? What's this? Stop barking! No, give me that. Stop it. No, come here. Stop it. Drop it. Drop it. Boy. Hey, we're good. Tomorrow, dirt. Going well. Okay, well, they're obviously. It doesn't. Real quick, go inside. Oh my god. Oh, we're dying. Oh, we're dying. Oh, no. Ooh. Oh, this fucking nonsense again. Pretty pissed. So freaking pissed. You know what? It's so funny. My brain is like automatically cautious of other people's food being clean, but when it comes to my own food, I just grab a sausage and I eat it with my fingers, even though it fucking was in the dirt. And like fucking 50-year-old pieces of wood that have been sitting in a shed. Yeah, but if it's other food, my brain will be like, oh, no, wait, don't touch that with your hands. What's up, big boy? I put 2 little pieces of sausages down. I don't think he ate them, though. You have a chair you can roll over and see. You have a chair you can roll over and see. No. Can you maybe roll a joint, though? Please? It doesn't have to be right this second.
Are you gonna roll 1,000 joints for me tomorrow?
Yeah, of course.
Well, I mean, tonight for tomorrow?
Yeah, of course. I just have to make your lunch first. So I have no dishes that I have to do or laundry. So. Oh, yeah, what's going with the old coffee pot?
Well, I don't know if you eat it or not, but whiskey was there, so.
Oh. Okay, I'm throwing out the old coffee pot. I'm throwing out the old coffee machine.
Which one?
The one that turns off once it's done brewing. Because, like, why do I want to make a pot of coffee?
Oh, why don't you just like put it somewhere so in case this one breaks, we have a spare one.
Because they're like $20 at Walmart.
But I don't have that $20.
This one's not. They don't break.
Okay, fine.
Why would I make a pot of coffee and then I want it to turn off? I'm not going to drink a whole pot of coffee as soon as I make it. Like, it's so stupid.
I know, man.
And there's no way to make it automatically shut off.
Yeah, I know.
Just takes up so much space on top of the fridge. I gotta start being more reasonable. There's no reason to have fucking 2 coffee machines, 2 air fryers, 2 fucking blenders.
I agree.
It's fucking a little bit too much. Move. Actually. Paste. Oh. Oh. What are you looking at with your face? Please. What are you doing? No, that's for you. Stuff inside.
Where did I sit on? You here?
What?
A joint?
Hang on.
Go.
Okay.
That's right.
Oh. There you go. Oh. 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 Oh, that's why it's so dark in here. Oh, please. Why are you being a pain? No, those are cupcakes. I'll turn it off. Ugh. Oh.
The Commonwealth family is strongest when we are connected through friendship.
He did a lot of bad things to the world. Him being here, coming here, means nothing to me, means nothing to Canada as far as I'm concerned.
He owns us. Hopefully not for long. He's saying to the USA, no, we're not per se, we're our own country.
Free military, which honestly we give you essentially anyway, because we're protecting Canada if you ever had a problem. But I think, it would really be a wonderful marriage because it's two places that get along very well. They like each other a lot.
The Mark Carney we saw during the campaign was elbows up, evil Donald Trump. You know, you have to bring Canada together to take this man down. And the Mark Carney in the Oval Office was more of a, please don't hurt us.
His legs yesterday sitting next
Indeed.
to Donald Trump. He will never defeat Donald Trump.
Thank you. You're the first person, literally the first, that I've heard that says, stop. You're not going to beat it.
Coming to you from downtown Calgary after what has been months of political unrest here in Canada. The arena is shaking between the Liberals and the Conservatives and the separation movement that might be in Alberta. Now, there's a lot going on, and two very interesting things. Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada, visited Donald Trump after months of very strenuous tariff negotiations and tariff actions that have been going on between Canada and the United States.
When you get rid of that artificially drawn line, somebody drew that line many years ago like a rule or just a straight line right across the top of the country. When you look at that beautiful formation when it's together, I'm a very artistic person. When I looked at that, I said that's the way it was meant to be.
They had their meeting, but also Mark Carney has invited the King of England, Charles himself, to perform the throne speech for the new session of Parliament.
To be clear, I made the request of His Majesty, and he has accepted. He will open Parliament from the throne, and that is a clear. It clearly underscores the sovereignty of our country.
After the federal election results, which Mark Carney, leader of the Liberal Party of Canada, to become Prime Minister, many here are asking whether or not separation is the right move for Alberta. The King of England represents a confederation, represents a solidifying of the Canadian identity, whereas President Trump has threatened many times to make Canada America's 51st state.
So when I say they should be a state, I mean that. I really mean that.
These two things seem to be quite at ends with each other, and that's why we're asking Calgarians today what they think of Mark Carney's visit with President Trump and invitation to King Charles.
The Commonwealth family is strongest when we are connected through friendship.
The King is going to be coming to Canada before the end of the month. What do you make of this situation?
He owns us. Hopefully not for long, in my opinion. I'm not a huge fan of the crown.
Couldn't care less.
Don't really know who he is, but I think that's cool.
I guess he's opening Parliament. Hasn't happened since his mother did it in the late 50s or something. So yeah, I think it's good.
I don't have any problem with King Charles III, and he is our head of our government.
Actually, I'm a Canadian citizen, and I'm an oath to obey to Canada government and to the King and Queen.
Yep.
So I'm very happy to see him.
Oh, that's brilliant. I think it has some historical significance. I'm pretty patriotic, so like I appreciate the independence, but it's important to maintain those international relations. We'll see what sort of messaging he puts out to the public, but I think it's an important time for him to visit Canada and show that we do have strength as a country.
He's trying to make a point, right?
Yep, yep.
He's saying to the USA, no, we're not for sale. We are our own country.
In a way, it's the monarchy's support without coming out and saying too much.
I'm honest, I don't feel as though they've worked with us enough.
The biggest thing is Alberta ain't separating.
Well,
He's got to put that point out, as he's already expressed, and we're not for sale, we're not separating.
What?
We're all in.
You don't even know what you're talking about. You just said Alberta. Not Alberta. It's Canada. What
They had a dream to build homes in a land where freedom reigned. They created a spirit of belonging to a bountiful country under the principles of peace, order, and good government, and the unifying influence of the Crown. It is a fitting homage to these ancestors that your motto is Fortis and Liber, strong and free.
Well, I think that the royal family still has the same kind of importance,
Right?
in Canada as it used to.
I think, yeah, I know. I think it depends on the person. For me, like as a young teenager, not really, but I think for older people who have been around
Sweetheart.
for generations, yeah.
Oh, my heart rate.
Really. You did a lot of bad things to the world.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Indeed.
not really, but it's waning. I think we all loved Queen Elizabeth, but times are changing, and young people aren't interested the same as maybe I was when I was young, and I clipped all the pictures from magazines of all royalty and all their glamour and all that, like maybe they do now with Taylor Swift.
I'm sure he has some importance to like some people.
None at all. So, which is why him being here or coming here means nothing to me, means nothing to Canada as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I would hope so. They love this country. They always have. I mean, the Queen has been our mother for a long time.
Oh, wow.
I think Queen Elizabeth had her heyday, but ever since then, I don't think most of us really care. We ever came up great. Probably not. But I think most Canadians still see some kind of charm to it. They'll come to see a lot of people will still come out to see royalty, let's face it.
Gratitude for the lineage of North America needs to be given to all groups, and I don't think we should exclude the king on that one.
The old relationship we had with the United States, based on deepening integration of our economies and tight security and military cooperation, is over.
His party was losing by a lot, And he ended up winning, so I really want to congratulate him. It was probably one of the greatest comebacks in the history of politics, maybe even greater than mine.
Mark Carney was just in the White House, but not yet have we seen movement on the tariff situation. Negotiations are just beginning. What did you make of Mark Carney's appearance in the White House recently?
I think he did fine. It's a hard job, that guy. Trump is good at sort of putting you in a tough spot, and Carney held his own, I think. Yeah.
Carney got our message across that Canada's not for sale, that we're not going to be the 51st state. So I think that's the most important message.
As you know from real estate, there are some places that are never for sale. We're sitting in one right now, Buckingham Palace, that we visited as well. And having met with the owners of Canada over the course of the campaign last several months, it's not for sale, won't be for sale.
I'm glad that President Trump is for Mark Carney. I'm glad.
The most important thing in North America, I think, after growing up in 400 years in the Wild West, I think unity is a really big thing, especially in North America, because let's face it, North America is the best continent on the planet. So I think unity would be a good thing for once.
Mark Carney needs to be prepared to stand his ground and come up with other ideas and ways to defend Canadian freedom outside of tariffs.
Is there anything you can say to you in the course of your meeting today that gets you to lift tariffs on Canada?
No,
Why not?
just the way it is.
I think it was a good start. I'm fully behind Mr. Carney, and I think that you can't be pushy. You've got to be diplomatic, and I think he's smart. So it'll work itself in the future. Like things will work out.
I think it was muted. Just controls there. Better than Zelensky, I guess.
You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country.
It seems also, though, like there's a bit of an about face. During the campaign, we saw elbows up. Our relationship with the United States is over.
A system that's had helped deliver prosperity to our country for decades, I'm afraid, is over.
Wow.
And our old relationship, one of steadily deepening integration with the United States,
You're fucking nuts.
over.
And then he gets into the White House. They seem pretty chummy. Do you think that this is the same Mark Carney that we saw during the campaign?
Well,
I hope
obviously
so.
fucking
I
not.
hope that he
The shiny new
pushes all
toy.
for Canada, so to speak, and actually does defend our nation and keep us sovereign.
That could be a facade or a little bit of a show for the people, but at least he's got that. I'm not going to take any more extra credit from you, Mr. President. You can say
that'll
what you
show
want, but we're not going to play this game. That's good. I
Yeah,
like
but
that.
that's what politics is.
I think
It's
that
playing the game.
Mark Carney
Do
we
your
saw during the
fucking job.
campaign was elbows up,
Pissing and moaning.
evil Donald Trump. You have to bring Canada together to take this man down.
Yeah.
And the Mark Carney
Yeah,
in
but
the
you don't
Oval
have to take him
Office
down.
was
It's
more
not
of a, please don't hurt us. I'm just gonna do everything in my power not to screw Canada over because I'm in a precarious position.
Thank you for your hospitality and above all for your leadership. You're a transformational president, focused on the economy with a relentless focus on the American worker, securing your borders, ending the scourge of fentanyl, another opioids, and securing the world. We announced
What
a
a
series of
fucking
measures,
brown noser. My God.
with respect to online harm and other things. Really, just the sea of misogyny, anti-Semitism, hatred, conspiracy theories, the sort of pollution that's online that washes over our virtual borders from the United States.
We do have to try to
what?
have some relationship with the
I
States.
don't even really know what you
It's
just
been a
said.
long time that we've had lots of trade back and forth, and just because a man comes in and kind of tries to shake everything up and doesn't think about the repercussions, I don't think that we should just forget about it.
During the campaign, of course, like everybody's anti-Trump, so he's got to appeal to the masses.
Right.
And when he goes there, he can't pick a fight with Trump
Right.
at his own house.
Yeah,
So
but
he's
that
gotta
makes you
play
a
bit
town
nice and,
bitch.
put up with them, I think.
He's just going through the motions, and you got to be nice to that nut bar. Otherwise,
Right?
she'll just throw you under the bus, right?
That's
you can't
it.
trust that man. He changes his word every 6 minutes, Mr. Trump.
And the history of Canada and the US is
Fair
we're
assessment,
stronger when we work together, and there's many opportunities to work together. And I look forward to, addressing some of those issues that we have, but also finding those areas of mutual cooperation. So these are not idle threats.
Wow, sounds like a really
President
passionate
Trump
listening.
is trying to break us so that America can own us.
He was Mr. Tough Guy in the campaign,
Yep.
where he's going to deal with Trump and he's going to straighten everything out.
You're my favorite.
He was he's sitting with his tail between his legs.
You're
yesterday,
hilarious. I love
next
this
to
man.
Donald Trump. He will never defeat Donald Trump. Donald
That's right.
Trump has an agenda and has done ever since I can remember.
Yeah.
He won't be defeated.
Really today,
No.
marked the end of the
Obviously
beginning
not.
of a process of
Fucking
the
went against
United
half of
States
America.
and Canada redefining that relationship of working together.
Half of the fucking
The
world, to
question
be
is
honest.
how
Even people in Canada
we
were like,
will
fuck that guy.
cooperate in the future.
Let us know in the comments what you think. Do you have a message for Prime Minister Mark Carney, President Donald Trump, or the King of England? Let us know in the
What?
comments
No.
the message that you think they need to hear, particularly for those in Alberta. For
I
Rebel
think
News, I'm
at
Sydney
this
Vizard.
point, it's pretty fucking clear that they don't want to hear what anybody has to
If you
say.
support our work and the journalism that we're doing here today, go to rebelfieldreports.com, telling the other side of the story and sharing the opinions of Canadians, opinions that actually matter. And if you want to see that, you can go to rebelfieldreports.com.
No. Not John Oliver. Don't get banned. Dead dog. Oh my god. Oh, fuck off! No way! Apparently they got the majority. They did a recount, now they got the majority. Oh my god. That is actually very scary. Oh, for fuck's sake, with the fucking ads. Come on.
Good evening, Patriots and Liberals. This is Spencer with the MCGA channel on YouTube. Breaking news, the Liberals just stole another riding. Newsflash, Terrebonne has gone to the Liberals after being declared a win for the Bloc Québécois. Now, I don't personally
And here we go with the fucking
like the
buffering.
Bloc Québécois too much, but I sure as heck prefer them over the Liberals. And one
Really?
more
I
seat
don't.
to the Liberals means one more seat closer to
They're
the
literally
majority.
like a terrorist
Somehow,
organization.
the party that was
Like-
able to steal its way to a minority through vote tampering, domestic interference, and a whole slew of other
Like
terrible things.
fucking terrorist
That
groups
party
don't
is
just
now
like,
able
oh,
to
okay, we
inch
can't
its
be a
way
terrorist group
to
anymore.
Basically,
Because
a
they said we're
majority.
not allowed.
Between Erectus Mutuck at the 7 other ridings that are in and out flipping for the Liberals, now Terrebonne has put them
Terrebonne.
1 seat away. Terrebonne riding in Quebec was won for the Bloc Québécois.
Terrebonne.
Now, Natalie Sinclair de Gagné, not a terrible politician.
Natalie
And, you know,
Sinclair de
an all-around
Gagné.
pretty decent
Natalie Sinclair, that means she's related to Trump's mother. Natalie Sinclair Gagné. Sinclair is Trump's mother, or Trudeau's mother.
An all-around pretty decent person, was the winner of her riding. She's won it multiple times. But all of a sudden, now the Liberals have won it by 1 single vote. That's right, folks. 1 single vote. So let me break down for you a brief timeline of events, and then we will get into what I believe is the hidden secret behind why this happened. So, of course, April 18th to 21st, we have early voting. About 19,000 people showed up to vote in that riding. The 28th, we have the federal election. On the 29th, the initial results showed the Liberals winning by 35 votes over the Bloc Québécois. again, Natalie Sinclair de Gagné. Then, on the 1st of May, we see Elections Canada validating this, but in doing so, they actually flipped it to the Bloc Québécois, where de Gagné led by 44 votes. Very interesting. She had 23,340 votes, and the Liberals had 23,296. Total votes being 60,204, with rejected ballots being 903. Now, those numbers are very important, and you'll see soon. Now, with the chief electoral officer being Stéphane Perreault, who is a Liberal insider, he announced a judicial recount to the margin. Of course, needing 1/1000 in order to get the recount. But it's just very funny, and we'll get into that as well. Who Mr. Perreault is, and who he worked for in multiple iterations of his career.
Interesting.
But of course, when the Liberals lose their riding by a few votes.
Okay, so he's doing what Benjamin Netanyahu did, where he's like, "Oh no, I must have lost. I want to do a recount to make it look like they're the one who wants to recount, and it turns out they lost."
People waiting for court dates, they can continue to wait. Us Liberals, not me, of course, but the Liberals, they need to get in front of a judge immediately so they can continue to destroy this country. Then, on the 8th through the 10th, the judicial recount was conducted by the Superior Court of Quebec, Justice Daniel Turcot, another Liberal appointee, and the recount flips the voting to the Liberals. Auguste wins by one single vote. Again, one vote. Liberals won by one vote. Isn't that very convenient? Of course, it's convenient. They had 23,352 versus 23,351. The recount, by the way, added 74 votes out of nowhere, and Auguste gained, the Liberal gained 56 of those votes. De Gagné got 11. The Conservative, Mr. Charles, got 5. The NDP got 4. The Green lost 2, and the PPC were unchanged. So, through a magical recounting process, they were able to find brand new votes that they hadn't seen before in their other attempts to recount.
Whatever.
And then all of them, for the most part,
So
go
doesn't
to the Liberals.
that mean that all of it's irrelevant?
Very convenient. Nonetheless, let us move forward. Who, my friends, is the gentleman, to say lightly, that called for this recount? None other than Mr. Stéphane Perreault. Now, Mr. Stéphane Perreault has a very interesting past. He served in the Privy Council office from 2003 to 2005 under Liberal Prime Minister Paul Martin. He advised on legislation and also spearheaded democratic reform.
I don't even know who Paul Martin is.
And as well, very interesting, the most interesting in my opinion, was appointed the Chief Electoral Officer in 2018 by a Liberal Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau.
Shocker.
So a Trudeau-appointed judge rules after
Natalie
a Trudeau
Sinclair
appointed
Gagné Sinclair would be Margaret
to do so,
Sinclair, his
and of
mother.
course, in favor of the Liberals by, again, one measly single vote. Just take my word
That's how
for it.
every
Let's
politician
listen to
gets their
State Farm
job, apparently.
CTV
You're supposed to be
explain the
born into
propaganda
a
to you.
politician family, and that's basically your career now.
Judicial
at a fucking scam. Like, I'm gonna kill myself, please. Alright. Come on. Fuck. So fucking loud.
Judicial recount shows the Liberals have won the riding by just one single vote over the Bloc Québécois. That brings the Liberal seat count in the parliament to 170. And take a look at this, just 2 seats shy.
Yeah.
Less than what is needed.
And it's like, that's unheard of, apparently.
Recounts are underway in 3 other ridings.
Probably last time you've heard that was like the
Scott Reid,
referendum.
CTV News political commentator. Scott, good evening.
Is why everyone
Great to
says
have
it
you
was
on the show.
fixed.
Almost 2 weeks out, election results continue to flip. It's remarkable what we're seeing with this election.
It's like a Christmas fucking miracle. Gift from God. Can you believe
Makes sense,
it?
folks. Don't believe otherwise. Nothing to see here.
Yep.
Don't look behind the curtain for the little man who's probably in China. Drinks. Remarkable is correct, CTV.
Yeah.
Remarkable is correct. Let us jump in to actual vote count. As you'll see here, we've got 60,204 votes. 23,340 for the Bloc Québécois and 22,296 for the Liberals. You'll see below rejected ballots, 903.
That sounds like so much.
So the number of votes is 61,187. Then, very interesting, day later, you'll see rejected ballots all of a sudden became 840. That's where they get their magic 74 votes. They
So it's not one
somehow
off.
these random votes and added them to
Okay.
the total that they had.
Yeah, and we just have to be like, well, I'm assuming they did it in some way that
Essentially
mathematically is not
creating
enough.
74 votes.
Whatever.
And what's also interesting is of those 74, you cannot account for 11 of them. 11 of the votes are not accounted for. So there was actually 63 ballots that were reconsidered, and then 11 ballots added to the count. May 1st, the total votes was 61,107, with rejected ballots being 903, and May 10th, the total vote was 61,118, rejected ballots being 840. So they reconsidered a total of 63 votes, plus, of course, adding the magic 11. So the Liberals were able to, again, pull off a upset win in
Come on. Wow. People are so fucking weird.
upset win in the safely held riding of Terrebonne from the Bloc Québécois after they were announced winners by Elections Canada. Then Elections Canada, being a Liberal outfit, and Stephen Perot being a blatant Liberal, the same conflict of interest, being appointed, should not be appointed by Justin Trudeau after serving in a Martin government. Those people shouldn't have anything to do with Elections Canada. I don't give a hell. There's 40 million people in this country. You're telling me we can't find somebody else to do that job? Bullshit. Bullshit. Nonetheless, so the Liberals were able to pull off by one singular vote, they win over the Bloc Québécois. Again, after the Liberal-appointed judge gave the Liberals a go-ahead. So, folks, another seat stolen by the Liberals. This country is absolutely, unequivocally corrupt.
Yeah.
There is no way you can tell me otherwise.
Well.
They have now stolen another seat. They're going to do it again in Windsor-Tecumseh, and shoot, they just might find a couple of other seats they can steal because
why not?
For some reason,
For the work.
by the way, conservatives,
So
the
they get
only
rid of it.
people making a fuss about close elections
Oh,
are
where's
the
Pierre
Liberals.
Poilievre?
So kudos to them
He just
for
disappeared.
actually trying. And now we are going to have a Liberal majority government. So all of that crazy, asinine, Orwellian measures that the Liberals have been
Like
trying to
the
implement
zombie
for the last
emergency
5
fund.
years will now be implemented because there will be no way for anyone to oppose them. You think the complete losers who are left, and the NDP will be sitting in the House of Commons, or the who knows what politics are theirs, left or right, depending on the day or the rain, with the Bloc Québécois. Do you think any of those folks are genuinely going to sign up to oppose the Liberal government with the Conservatives? Of course they're not.
No, it sounds like Pierre Poilievre literally fell off the face of the earth. I think he just fled to another country because he was like, well, there's nothing I can do now. That place is stuck.
Them teaming up to oppose the Liberals are also the same people saying that Trump was the one who lost us the election.
What?
All those people are dumb. All those people are not able to see forest through the trees. But you make up your mind. I won't tell you how to think.
Whatever.
Just understand that
People are too
the
dumb.
Liberals just won another riding.
No, you can't trust
by
people to
a
think
very
for
small
themselves. They're too
margin.
dumb.
One vote after a Liberal judge.
And they go,
Gave
oh no.
the go
what?
ahead.
Oh,
And then-
yes, I did too the first time I voted for Trudeau.
If you think for 1 second this country is a democracy, you, sir, or you, ma'am, are deep in the liberal safe system.
Yeah. Oh, for
Now,
sure.
that being said, good night, Patriots and Liberals.
Yeah.
And happy Mother's Day, too.
Oh, God. That was so depressing. Hmm. Oh. Oh, one less doing. Okay. Government conspiracy. I have to waste so much water just because fucking with the computer. They're like, ha ha ha. The deep conspiracy. We're gonna up your water bill because we're gonna make your computer super slow, so you have to stop to fuck with it. Oh my god. Loading, 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 loading. Oh, now I have to press play. I can auto fucking play the fucking video. Loading, oh, and we have to watch the ad. Symbol-ish. Still loading. It was like dial up. Wow, okay. Can't even fucking. Oh, because it's a live stream. Oh my god, even worse. Oh no! Oh god, why did I touch it again? No! Everything in my brain is like, press it again, press it again, press it again.
The same power that is vested in any court of record, end quote. It's the powers granted under the Act, but the Act recognizes that the formality of a court process may be curtailed in service of the goal of a speedy and final resolution of the election.
So, one of the two different types of counts or recounts that the previous section talked about was automatic judicial recounts, and this is where it's defined. So this type of judicial recount occurs automatically upon a close result. A judicial recount must take place if the difference between the number of votes cast for the candidate with the most votes and the number of votes cast for any other candidate is less than 1/1000th of the valid votes cast. So this is where we end up with the automatic recounts. So no one asked for these other recounts. Per the Act, they are just done automatically.
Oh.
So that's where they're coming from. And there's one more section here because this is really important because it's going to allow us to kind of further talk about the Terrebonne recount.
Sorry, so this actually came in to us as a question. I think it was on Twitter.
Fake, I hate you people. I'm thinking of my fucking existence.
Du kannst etwas aus Leidenschaft machen oder aus deiner Leidenschaft etwas Großes
Aus
machen.
Leidenschaft.
Es ist der Unterschied zwischen Kreativsein und dem Erschaffen
Und?
von etwas Neuem.
Never, never, never.
Recount. So only these people, nobody else. Number one, the judge, and then the returning officer. The staff that the returning officer asks to assist in the recount. The recount teams, each consisting of a handler, a recorder, and one representative appointed by each candidate who wishes to be represented on the recount team. Each candidate, up to 2 representatives per candidate who are not members of a recount team. 1 legal counsel per candidate. Legal counsel for the chief electoral officer, and any other person whom the judge allows to observe the recount, including the media.
Now, the recounts aren't the end of this. Okay? So let's just take into account the Terrebonne recount. So the bloc incumbent, MP Desgagnés, phenomenal MP phenomenal MP for the bloc, despite she's representing the wrong party. But she was very, very good in committee. This was the person we used to refer to as Barnaby's new girlfriend that you should be looking at. And so consider the fact that when this recount was being done, she or her designated staff were actually present for that recount, most likely, watching this happen, because she was
Okay,
the one
stop
that
sniffing around for stuff.
was at risk of losing the seat. And just imagine what they were going through when they actually saw that they ended up losing by 1 vote. Now, the decision is final, kind of, because what ends up happening is once everything is done and the writ is returned, that's the way it's termed, and that's supposed to happen, I believe, by the 19th of May. Then the challenge period begins.
Oh.
And what this is this allows any candidate to put forth a legal challenge to the result in their writing.
Interesting.
Within 30 days.
Interesting.
So you haven't heard anything from the bloc with regard to this recount.
Or Pierre Poilievre.
If you think about it, if there was anything extremely sketchy going on, you would either expect to hear it from the bloc, or you would expect to see a legal challenge.
Yes,
Now,
but
they may
the
issue a
liberals
legal
who are
challenge,
pissing and moaning about it.
vote.
Isn't that
But
weird?
That's something to consider. Now, with regard to legal challenges, there's really only been, I believe,
They
2
literally do whatever the fuck they
in the
want. eh?
last 30, 40 years. One, I believe, was in 2011, and I think another one may have been in 1988.
Wow.
Like that. So
Wow.
just consider that.
Okay.
In that, if the bloc has the most to lose here, because it's their seat that actually was,
Yeah, so why are the liberals complaining about it?
was going to be lost. So if they notice anything suspicious, they're the ones that are going to be the most vocal about this.
Right. And there is one more thing that I want to point out. In this riding of Terrebonne, there are 89,725 eligible voters. Now, the turnout for this riding was 61,118 voters,
That's
which
kind of
means
hard to believe.
28.6 thousand people in that riding did not vote. And this is why we say it is so important. And yes, absolutely, your vote matters. Could you imagine if Ryan and I were in this riding and just hypothetically, neither of us had voted, that those 2 votes could have been enough to change the riding?
Right. Or the neighbors of somebody.
Or
in the
that's
riding
what they're
says, "Oh,
claiming.
What's the point?"
Like,
this is the point.
That's the
This is
exact
the
same
point
thing
right
you guys
here.
did during
And
the
that's why we're
referendum, and
very,
everyone's
very
pissed off.
big
And anyone
on
who asks, hey, what was
exercising
the
your
referendum? They go,
democratic
oh, it
right
was
to
fucking stupid
because
waste of
it
time.
is
The
so
whole thing was
important.
rigged
You see
anyway.
it in very
I still
rare
don't even really
cases
know what
like
it is, other
this,
than that.
where it is off by 1 vote.
Now, nobody that voted conservative is pleased with the results of the election. Goes without saying. The issue is we can't be be
non-biased.
immediately jumping to this election was rigged.
Well, because you're
going
going to sound like Donald Trump. They're going to say, "Oh, what are you, Donald Trump, saying the election was rigged?" And even then,
have been
that election
very
can
clear.
seem rigged. So
None of them believe there's any rigging going on in this election.
whatever.
There will have been anomalies, as there are with any election, as we've said. But there's nothing there concrete to be able to say this election was rigged. It's just a result that we didn't like.
Yeah, but I feel like it was kind
Now,
of made that way so you can't
we will see
actually.
if there's a court challenge for this, and we will see how these other recounts go.
Impossible to.
And hopefully we get another seat back. That would be nice.
That would be nice, and I hope that we can defend that seat in Windsor.
Right. So, it sucks, and believe me, like we were ticked. I'm still ticked off about it.
We spoke to pretty much everybody, and not once out of any of their mouths came the words that this was rigged. A lot of people were very disappointed, and I think we all are.
Well, and most of the disappointment actually came from people working at the polls, and they were seeing these ballots as, or scrutineers, and they were seeing these ballots come through, and they're just like, they just saw ballot after ballot, people signing them, and it's like,
Yes, you cannot sign your name on the ballot. I'm actually going to drop a link here in the chat that shows what is acceptable for
Well, it's a
when
little
you're counting
fucking
ballots
late
and
now.
what is not. And this kind of goes to what they were arguing in Windsor, why they requested a judicial recount, because two things that you...
Baby, you want your sandwich on regular bread or the brioche?
Regular bread.
Okay.
They're not going to know who you're actually voting for, so that ballot, for example, would be considered spoiled. The other thing you cannot do is identify yourself in any way. So you can't write your name, you can't put your signature, your initials, your phone number, nothing like that. So that's why they were trying to argue that these ballots in Windsor that had like a positive message for Kazmierczuk should be allowed, because the intention was clear and they were not identifying themselves. So that's the argument. Let me just drop that link in chat. And if you're listening after the fact, we'll make sure that we put that link in the description of the video for you to see.
okay. All right. I think that's anything else on the judicial recounts?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We'll get to the general questions at 10 o'clock. So if you do have a general question that you'd like to ask, please tag at Barnaby from Northern Perspective, and he will push those up for our question period segment.
Alphonse Klein for $2. What kind of Mickey Mouse democracy do we have? Adam
What are you,
Raymond,
dumb?
a member for 2 months. Welcome back to the
Mickey
Discord.
Mouse.
Thank you very, very much. Tim Tracy, member for 5 months. When Ryan cautions us to be careful about the junk media, that 1992 PSA jingle comes to mind. Don't put it in your brain, though it might look good. Oh,
with the little blue puffs.
that's the don't you put it in your mouth one.
Yes. Oh my gosh. I didn't know you're a Canadian kid from the 80s/90s.
And I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, don't put it in your brain. It might look good. Sure, you could get sick real quick. Don't you put it in your brain. Don't you put it in your mouth. Yeah. Which is funny. It's funny. Wafer for a life for $10. If I'm understanding the current situation of the elections, unless the Conservatives can get the NDP and the Bloc to vote against a Liberal proposal,
I'm gonna fuck you up.
the Libs will be able to
Move
do
your fat ass.
anything they want. Well, it's a minority government, right? So that's basically the situation we were in the last government. I would rather that than
Fucking the struggle
nobody
is
being
real,
able to vote
god
against
damn it.
right?
So
and Liberals can literally vote and do whatever they want.
A minority government, though, is generally to the benefit of Canadians because you don't have one party that's just ramming through whatever legislation they want. You have to have a government that is willing to work with the opposition parties, and then you kind of get trade-offs. The government might go to the opposition parties and say, hey, we're trying to pass this budget. We need your help. And the opposition parties might say, okay, that's fine, but we want to pass this law that was from our platform. We'll vote for your budget if you vote for this law. And that's kind of to the benefit of Canadians because then you get, again, instead of just one party controlling everything, they have to cooperate. Now, Stephen Harper had a he had a minority for the first 2 terms. And honestly, I think that's part of what made Canada great. Now, where I am concerned,
Canada was
the
sustaining.
With the previous parliament, 44, where
We were
they-
almost better than America at one
that
point.
We're just gonna again ram through whatever legislation the Liberals want so that we can get dental care passed. But so far, there's been no indication of that.
Well, they've already come out and said that they're not going to do that. So
We'll have to wait and see, unfortunately.
And I think the NDP establishment has given probably pretty loud notice to the remaining 7 that are there that you better not do this because that's what crushed us before. So I think it's loud and clear, and they understand that because Jenny Kwan came out and said as much. They understand that allowing themselves to essentially be the lapdogs of Liberals literally destroyed their party because all of their voters were basically saying, well, you just went along with everything the Liberals did in the last parliament. You literally did nothing for it. So why would I vote for you?
Right. And
Yeah, but that's what Canada's good for, doing
I
nothing.
don't have concrete evidence of this, but I think
We don't
one
do
has
the
to
bad
treat
thing,
us
but we don't do the good thing. We just do
all
nothing.
the anger went to Jagmeet Singh.
Yep.
Because he was the only one left.
Yeah,
who was
well, now it's
essentially
all going
independent,
towards
because
Donald
that's what
Trump.
the NDP
So
wanted in our last
it's always somebody whose fault it is.
So we warned them that would happen. But,
Yep.
Whatever.
But whatever. God, you're like a little girl. This knife is too fucking small for this
Verwandle
jar.
dein Hobby in deinen Vollzeitjob. Deinen persönlichen Stil in eine einzigartige Marke.
I'm begging you.
Mache aus deiner Leidenschaft etwas Großes mit Wix.
Whatever. Fuck you then.
Shouldn't be counted. Spoiled. Well,
and that's going to be up to the judge because that's one of the things that the judge does during this validation process, during this judicial recount.
and that may open a can of worms. Right?
Yeah.
Because
How many other parties are going to make the same argument? And now that the, what did you call the contest period?
the challenge period.
The
yeah.
challenge period.
Well, and how many conservative? Because there was, from what we heard, one of the big things that the scrutineer saw was a lot of conservative votes, but they wrote "bring it home" on them, or something like that.
What, really?
Those votes wouldn't have been counted as well. So, Kazmierczuk better be careful what he votes for if those are actually counted.
That's fucking hilarious.
And it would be up to the candidates to bring
People are writing shit on their ballots like
Yeah,
slogans.
It is. But here's the thing. According to the Elections Canada rules, it doesn't matter. You have to mark off who you're voting for. Otherwise, it's counted as a spoiled ballot. So we'll see what happens.
Well, that applies for anything. When you bring your passport
judge.
papers, how many times are you going to get them sent back with, like, you didn't fill in this one check mark?
Sorry, I can no longer support as a member. You two gave me a lot of hope this past year. Now I'm crushed. It's not good for me mentally. And you know what? Good on you, Kovacs, for taking a break and taking some time for yourself. We get it. Not a problem. And we appreciate very much the support over the last 12 months. So you take care of yourself. Okay? So thank you very much.
Oh, no, I'm like, we should
And,
fucking hop the border to
$87
Mexico, maybe
reason
Russia, since we're all
because
living in like a frozen wasteland tundra.
The foresight that they had, right?
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure the house was there before the bus.
There's wildfires
So,
in fucking Siberia.
And Midnight Visions for $10 based on the Windsor riding and CTV news story. The judge is using a different criteria to validate these ballots than the rest of the country.
Oh.
The country needs recounting under the same criteria. Well, we'll see because it hasn't happened yet.
Well, and as we just discussed, it will be up to the candidates to make that request. So if the candidates feel that, you know what, maybe they would have won if these messages were counted, then they can definitely put that to the judge in their writing.
Well, and I
Whatever.
think that's going to be watched by a bunch of the candidates who do not, in fact, win their riding, to see what that actually comes out to. Because if I'm that judge, I'm not touching that, because that's going to open a whole can of worms. Because then you could potentially have every single candidate across the country challenge for the rejected ballots, and then you have 343 recounts going on.
Yeah.
That would be pretty insane.
Catastrophic.
So I would just stick with the criteria, and I agree, should be the same criteria across the board. You either spoil the ballot or you don't, and that's the easiest way to do it. It's frustrating, but there it is.
Ow.
Vince Borowski for $20. Thank you very much. My question is, whom do you think Mark Carney chooses as House Speaker? Because I've heard he might be looking into getting a Conservative to do it, so this way the Conservatives lose a vote in confidence votes and any other votes. Well, Mark Carney doesn't get to choose who the Speaker is.
No, the House chooses.
The House chooses.
Yeah.
So how it works is, by default,
Fuck the
this is
Speaker of the House. God, that guy sucks so
by
hard.
default, every single MP, except for the Prime Minister, is up for election as Speaker, and I believe the Cabinet. So every single MP in the House is up for voting for Speaker. So you have to actually remove yourself from contention.
So if all the Conservatives remove themselves,
Right. So
then they won't lose the vote.
right. So if all the Conservatives remove themselves, then they won't lose the vote.
But does that mean you can't be Deputy Speaker?
Um,
That I'm honestly not sure.
I think, I think we'd have to take a look at that one. But we'll see. But he can still vote in the case of a tie. So that's the other thing to consider too, right? So let's say there's a confidence vote, and the Liberals vote, and the opposition parties vote, and it's a tie, then the Conservative Speaker can vote, and then the government falls.
My guess is that they're going to ask Elizabeth May to be Speaker because
that'd be great.
She's like the one woman
Non-biased.
now, right?
Wouldn't that be funny?
Interesting.
Wouldn't that be funny? But I wonder if they could technically vote her out if that's the case.
I don't
Well,
think
you can
so.
vote non-confidence in the Speaker,
Yeah.
which is what they did, or they
They
tried to do with Fergus, but it never actually got to a vote.
So
That guy sucks so hard.
put it this way: if with Elizabeth May as Speaker, it won't be boring. That's for sure.
No, definitely not. She's great, actually.
Someone suggested to us that she just wants to be Speaker to get the Speaker's whiskey.
What?
Gordon Mayer for dropping another 20 memberships. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Gordon.
And Suna Soul Silver for $10. As someone that lives in Alberta is getting harder to be a proud Canadian, MSM, the First Nation chiefs, and the government have branded Alberta as traitors because we want to leave this toxic relationship. Each their own. And
That's so funny. I think it started off as a joke, and they were like, well, if Quebec wants to separate, what if we want to separate too? Wouldn't that be something?
Mr. Steele Yo Blocks for $10. I'm out in Alberta in the oil field, and there's two topics being discussed here: Oilers hockey and separation. It's crazy how fast it's spreading after the election. And
God.
we have
I
Breakpoint
literally,
Communities.
I'm gonna break my knife
Carney will surely
on plastic.
Carney will fail surely with Trump and pushing net zero. If he somehow gets a majority together, then he will fail miserably.
Honestly, from everything that we have heard kind of behind the scenes and from Dan and Bob who were here on election night, it sounds like this government is not slated to last. I mean, you have largely the same people. Yes, you have a few more Liberals, you have a few more Conservatives, you have a lot less NDP, but you've got the same personalities that are probably going to clash again.
Yeah, but you
and
guys
I
gave people
really
like Stevie
cannot
Gilboa a
see
fucking
this
promotion.
government
Like, what are
stand
you
for too long.
fucking
I
doing?
think that Unfortunately,
Thought he was gonna get
for all of
fired.
us, these liberal policies
Happiest
are
day
not
of my
going to
life.
improve things in terms of
Fucking
housing.
these
They're
little
not going to
bitch.
improve our cost of living. They're not going to improve things in terms of jobs. The poverty numbers actually came out the week we're in Ottawa, and the thing about the poverty numbers is that they're always 2 years behind. So they just released the numbers for 2023, and it was up over 10% again. So that's an increase. And I am terrified to see what 2024 is going to be, because the media was reporting last year that it was 25% or roughly 25%. So we'll see next year when those results come out if it is indeed 25%. Things are getting out of control. And I think Canadians saw how Carney interacted with Trump when he was down in the States. And I think Canadians are going to see that things are not going to get better. And I think they will be ready for
I think they've, in the short time that he's been in charge, I think they've gotten significantly worse. Grocery store trying to tell me $5.50 for fucking hot dogs on sale. So what is the regular price if they're not on sale? Because $5.50 seems like ridiculous.
We are starting to see all of those homes go up for sale now because people can't afford their homes.
Yeah, just even walking around our own neighborhood. Like, we took Vincent to the park and took Finn for a walk yesterday, and there are a lot of homes up for sale. And these are homes primarily with young children, new families. So Canadians cannot afford this anymore.
No, I think they
And I don't think
are
the
moving
Liberals are
to
going
different
to make
countries.
any change whatsoever.
Going back to the
And
country that
I
they came from, because they were like, "Well, I thought
somebody
this
had
would be
said
better,"
to me,
but apparently it's just as shitty as my third world country that I came from.
And then they'll be ready to vote conservative.
Well, and the other thing is that a new poll came out, and this is, I think, in Globe and Mail. So this is the interesting part, that more and more Canadians are turning away from electric vehicles. I'm kidding, you know, they're doing well in the Canadian winter.
Stupid.
So how's that going to jive with
You
currently
people?
mandating that everyone has to have a electric vehicle
Oh my God, can't even.
by 2035? That's not going to go over too well.
No.
So the ideology is not going to go well at all, and they don't want to take out C69. They don't want to take off the emissions cap, yet they say we're going to be leveraging our conventional energy. Well, good luck with that. So we'll see. Paul Burnett for $5. Thank you very much. What do the federal NDP and the minivan have in common? 7 cents.
Nice. So I've been calling them the minivan party.
80 Canadian for $2. It rhymed from one bald guy to another. Just shave it. Thank you very much. And every time I go and get my hair cut, I ask them, I'm like, is it time? And they say, no, not yet. I said, okay, cut it. Airworks 07 for $5. Maybe Carney knows he is mysteriously getting 2 more seats and will get his majority, so he doesn't need the NDP green. I have lost faith and hope, sadly.
No, there's no evidence of that.
Don't give in to these just assumptions, folks. And again, if this was rigged, why don't they have a majority? That's my question. Tim Tracy for dropping 20 memberships. Thank you very, very much, Tim. Very much appreciated. Robert Sayings for $2. Liz May as a speaker sounds like a sitcom plot. Sure does. Midianzo for $10 as a super sticker. Thank you very, very much for that. Vex Angel for $5. Why isn't it a major study about China? Asking Jotay's family in for questioning for that. Carney hasn't even addressed the situation. No, he hasn't. We're hoping to do a video on it in this coming week, so
stay tuned.
Stay tuned. It's going to be an in-depth video. Let's just say that if we can arrange everything. And the lady loves cats, dropping 10 memberships. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
For that.
We did receive your email.
We're gonna get back to
anybody who's been sending us emails, I'm so sorry. We've just been absolutely swamped, and it doesn't help because I kind of took the week off. So we are sorting through emails currently.
Mike Oshis member for 10 months. Please, please, please let the Elizabeth Baby speaker. It would be the best thing to come out of the election simply for the entertainment value. You're like, hey, MP from, I don't know where. Oh, that's the page. Sorry, you. Can you imagine? Can you imagine how that would go?
Awful.
Hey, the way she stands up and talks sometimes, I swear. SK for $5. The year is 2045. Canada is officially the world's first LGBTQ plus republic. Babies are made in tubes. Elbows are up. Brampton is a crater. Alberta is 51st. Cry. And Mr. Steelio Blocks for $5. I vote in Elizabeth May as speaker plus unlimited booze. That's how seriously I take this country now. And Listen Change, member for 9 months. It doesn't matter if we can afford it. The Liberals get a majority thanks to recounts. Then we will be downsizing to tents in the next 4 years. They can't get.
So yeah, out of the 4 that are currently under judicial review, well, 3 more because one's already completed. But out of the 3 that are left, they can only pick up 1 extra seat because 2 of them are currently Liberal seats. So maybe those flip to Conservative. We don't know.
Grover for $14. Thank you very much. I would like to know how to get a membership and how much. I was told it was up to YouTube. So that's only, well, actually,
Yeah,
you
so
have
the-
a membership right now.
The gifted memberships are up to YouTube. They assign those at random, but you can also purchase memberships by clicking the join button that's underneath the video.
And because you have the Maple Leaf icon, you actually do have a membership with our perspective right now.
There you go. And for anybody who has received a new membership, make sure you check out our members only playlist. It has they're just kind of like little extra videos. We don't ever put anything important behind a paywall. Sometimes it's videos of, well, the old studio. We'll be hopefully doing a video of the new studio soon. And sometimes it's just like outtakes or videos from the car when we're on the way to Ottawa, those little things.
And by the way, for those that are interested, I am keeping an eye on the Leaf game in the background.
Of course you are.
So no changes since the first period. And Listen Change for $2. Any word on the longest ballot committee being sued? I haven't
heard
believe
about
they're being
that.
sued.
I haven't heard about that.
I'm not sure what they would sue them for.
Well, if you are Canadian with a disability, you might be able to sue them, saying that it's making your ability to access your democratic or to exercise your democratic right more difficult.
Yeah, I don't.
But I haven't heard of any actual cases.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
That would be an interesting one.
Because something has to happen to make this stop. It's not right. I mean, protest, but don't impede the rights of others.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, this doesn't hurt the government at all. It doesn't hurt the
No,
candidates
it
at
hurts
all.
voters.
It literally hurts voters, the ones that are trying to act in this election. So, again, it's the equivalent of Just Stop Oil. You know, they're not actually protesting their own gas companies. They're protesting people.
Yeah, they're bothering people who are trying to get to work.
They're literally the stupidest part about Just Stop Oil is they're literally, trying to block mass transit, which is people that are trying to travel in an environmentally friendly way. This is the ridiculousness of that group. And Trisha Akers, welcome to NP supporter. Thank you very, very much. Linda for $5. I saw many liberals loving and proud of how Carney dealt with Trump. I can't get liberals to make me understand the logic. Then they name call. Yeah, it's. I say, so were you watching the same thing? Like, were you watching Mark Carney? No, they weren't. That's the thing. They weren't watching Mark Carney make all of these.
He doesn't do anything. He doesn't talk.
Oh, well, we're Canada.
So he doesn't say something stupid.
Up to Trump. I know how to deal with this guy. And then he goes down and says, "Please, sir, please
don't hurt me.
Please, I have another."
And he's like doing sign language to try and talk. It was
embarrassing.
Well,
it was something
predictable.
It was something. Now, should he have antagonized Trump?
No,
probably not.
Definitely not.
There's
Definitely
a middle ground
not.
Between acting like a weakling and outright antagonizing.
But don't tell me you're going to go in there like, Chuck Norris and then come out. Stacy, a member for 21 months. Glad to see you back, Tanya. Thanks for all you do. Please keep giving us hope. Karma is real, and I hope it's showing up real soon.
Yeah, well, sometimes you have to make your own karma.
Grover for 279. Don't see a join button. So you won't see it, Grover, because you are a member right now. That's why you won't see it.
And also, if you're on iOS, you won't see it either. I guess Google and Apple had some sort of spat where you can't purchase memberships or do super chats from an iOS device.
Yeah. And Justin Brown for $7. Great job. Question: what are the odds of another like I said, probably another election
next year. It's possible. It is possible. What are the odds? We're not sure, but it is definitely possible.
Couldn't begin to say what those odds might be.
Yeah.
What's it based off of,
The
though?
shortest ever government or shortest ever parliament that we had was
the lady.
I think it was less than 2 months. It was after the King Byng affair. But that one aside, the shortest government that we've had is 7 months long. So it is possible.
That was that chick that was the worst prime minister in Canadian history.
To present a budget tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but when are they going? On the 27th? They could try to present their budget this summer, and then the other parties could go, nah, we vote it down, and then we go to election. Now that, I think, is next to impossible.
I think that would be unwise.
Yeah, in a year, because the NDP needs time to recover. They don't want to stay at 7 seats. They want to get back up to where they were almost official opposition, or where they were official opposition under Tom Mulcair. So, was it Mulcair? Was it Jacqueline? They were official opposition.
Well, technically, in Tom Mulcair was.
Yeah, anyway. So they want to get back up to that, right? They want more seats. The goal of any political party is
to have fucking push more ads.
Wix gibt dir das Potenzial von KI, eine Website mit allen Business-Funktionen und einem auf dich zugeschnittenen Design zu erstellen. Passe jedes Element an und lasse deine Visionen in wenigen Minuten Realität werden. Erhalte die Kontrolle über die größten Aufgaben und die kleinsten Details. Individuell, optimiert, bereit live zu gehen.
Okay. Wow. Computer, you suck so hard. Yeah, but I literally yelled it in the theater. I was like, "What? Stormtroopers are all black?"
That's why I told you that.
And everyone just slowly looked at me and they're like, "No, man, just that one." I was like, "Oh, okay." Right.
Thank you very much for your service. How much money is set aside for Made for Us? Asking for a friend. Couldn't tell you. Christian Bumble for $5. Glad you're back, Tanya. To everyone who has been affected, also much love to you all, and God bless. We're all in this together.
100%. And I want to point out between this comment and the previous one, Canada does have a national crisis hotline or national suicide hotline. So if you do need to speak to somebody, it's 988. So please make that call. But I really don't know what else to say other than you matter. You are important. And if you need help, there's no shame in that. Please make that phone call. It's 988.
Oh my God, she's about to cry. Because some guy who's a veteran was asking about Made and why are they fucking.
Kelly Potter with a $5 super chat says, Ryan, can we get a round of memes for old time's sake?
Sure. So, the first question I have for Mark Carney is,
what is it that you do?
And if he keeps it up,
you will be destroyed!
and
fuck. I fucked it up.
Then people will also be asking,
what would you say you do here?
If he gets back into Parliament, he's going to be saying,
you will respect my authority!
And then when we get in committee, Mr. Brock is just going to be lost for words and say,
what the hell is going on?
And Mr. Cooper's going to follow him.
What the hell is going on?
And then when the budget gets out of control, Pierre's going to come back and say,
WTF.
Which is going to give all of Canadians
emotional damage.
And then the Bloc is going to say, And then all the Canadians that voted for the Liberals are probably going to be rethinking, and then Mr. Brock's going to come back and say,
I guess my appearance at committee's not going very well today.
and
Whiskey,
I
stop!
think all of the Conservative voters are going to be looking at the Liberals and saying,
What the hell are they thinking over there?
and then everyone's going to be asking the
This is
question.
very good.
Have we found out who the other Randy is?
I'm coming hanging out with Randy.
And then in the next election, most of the Liberal swing voters, you're going to ask them, are you going to be voting Liberal?
Nope.
And then we're going to eventually come back to the historians of this period, and we're going to say, so what the hell happened during this period of Justin Trudeau and Mark Carney?
I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. It was very straightforward.
Wow.
And, I have no lead into this, except
I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you.
for the fact that we still want to see this
You should use that on
privilege
Derek.
brought to the speaker, and get Mr. Anderson brought to the bar of the house.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson. There you go. There's all the memes.
That was
Anderson's
great.
already brought to the bar of the house.
No, he wasn't.
That was fantastic.
Nope. So,
Oh, that was Firth, I'm thinking.
Way to ruin it.
so anyway. Let's hopefully I did some respect.
That was actually pretty good.
So who knew you can do a choose your own adventure story using nothing but memes.
Yeah, that's like me when all I do is talking Futurama quotes.
And Pamela Leah for $7, thank you very much for that. And Curdy for $20, thank you. Les MP Nation, thank you. Absolutely. It was actually great seeing the amount of people just representing NP Nation across the streams, across the, all these rallies across Canada. It just made us so grateful for all the support that all of you have given us over the last couple of years, and how we all just continue to stick together. So thank you very much. Lady Loves Cats for $10. Purchase memberships for Apple. Just do a web search for requests as desktop site. Okay, there you go. And Jehovah's Thickness for $5.
Jehovah's Thickness.
Dooming in the chat reminds me of what they did.
That was fantastic. Jehovah's Thickness.
Convince them not to vote. They failed in 24. Yep.
Well, and again, that's why we have been pushing, practice your right, your democratic right by getting out and voting. For those of you that have a new MP, go out and meet them. I find Facebook, honestly, is probably the best place to find out what your MP is doing in and around your riding. So if you follow them on Facebook, oftentimes they'll be like, hey, we're doing a barbecue here, or we're doing a meet and greet here, or whatever. You can go out and talk to them, say hello. If there's something that you specifically have that you want to work on with them, call their office and book an appointment. Get involved this time.
So, looks like everybody loved the meme story. That was great.
It was a good story.
Ginger Snap for $10. Every worker involved with ballots should have to wear a body cam.
Yeah.
Expensive.
No, but I don't think they should be taking the ballots in their personal
living body
vehicles
cams, right?
to bring them to where the votes are counted.
Oh, I need
in a tote
that.
bag.
And Mark me 29 for $5. And this is gonna be a nice thing about the next section. There will be new memes that come out of it.
Yes, there will. I'm so looking forward to committee and House of Commons and going over bills and debate and all sorts of fun stuff again.
Fucking nerd.
Looking forward to ripping on Khalid again.
Oh, did she get reelected?
Probably.
Oh, no.
Mark me 29 for $5. It was Leighton who won official opposition, then died shortly after the election. Mulcair became leader afterward. Leighton gets the credit. Yes, he does.
There we go. Perfect.
100%.
Thank you for clearing that up for us. I couldn't remember.
Vex Angel for $5. Can all the Liberal scandals be reopened in committee when Parliament begins again?
I think the Conservatives can reintroduce them. The trick is, though, because they're opposition, they're going to need the other opposition parties to vote with them to help support bringing those back.
I still want Steve Anderson to answer for his crap. So I want him brought to the Parliament House and admonished. Can you imagine him being admonished by a drunk Elizabeth May? Just saying.
A
Wouldn't
what?
that be something? So, Gary Creel,
gifting 5 memberships. Thank you very, very much for that, Gary. Much appreciated. Trish Perlman for 18 months. Thank you so much. Do we have to wait till September for committee meetings? I hope not. May sound funny, but I miss your podcast. No, as soon as Parliament resumes, they will essentially decide who's going to be on committee, and then they will. I'm not sure if they elect the chairs or they're going to designate the chairs, but committees will start as soon as the legislation begins, because as soon as bills are voted on, they go right to committee. So you have to have committees to do that. And one of the first bills that's going to be introduced is going to be the budget. So you have to have
your finance committee, yeah,
public accounts, OGO, all the committees that actually review the money. So absolutely, committees will be starting right away. You do not have to wait until the fall. And Load King for $20. That montage was worth the price. Well done.
Awesome. We're a few minutes behind. Did you want to start with general questions? Or you want to?
There's a few left.
There's a few left. Okay, and then we'll start general questions.
Shannon Cooper for member for 6 months. Thank you very much. As usual, I'm late. I'm still disappointed. We all are.
Yeah, I think we're all going to be disappointed for a long time, but I think it's at least for me, you know, like I said, I was feeling really down last week, and I'm trying to remind myself that there's a lot of things that are outside of my control that I can't really do anything about, but there's a lot of things that are inside my control that I can do something about, such as getting to know our new MP. You know, we have some ideas for petitions and private members bills and things that we can talk to him about, so we can make an appointment and work with him, hopefully, to get those things accomplished. And again, we can just keep spreading the word to Northern Perspective.
And we're really proud to see actually somebody in the pre-chat say that they, you know, they've gotten involved in the latest campaign in the election. They were happy to do that, and now they're going to see about becoming a member on their EDA board. So that's amazing. So control what you can control. And Gary Krell, $5. Thank you for the memes. Needed that laugh. Amazing. I'm glad everyone will like it. Dudu for $5. I have to ask you: do you think Carney would ask the Green Party to cross the floor and join the Liberal Party because all they need is her seat and vote?
I suppose it's possible, but I don't know how likely it is.
I can't see Elizabeth May like torpedoing the party that she brought to the House of Commons. I can't see her doing that. And we'll have to see how these recounts end up shaking out, because they still could be one down. Like we'll see.
Du kannst etwas aus Leidenschaft machen oder aus deiner Leidenschaft etwas Großes machen. Es ist der Unterschied zwischen Kreativsein und dem Erschaffen von etwas Neuem. Zwischen einem Familienrezept und dem eigenen Restaurant. Zwischen einem Traum und einem Traumberuf. Es geht um dein Business, das Ergebnis deiner harten Arbeit. Mache aus deiner Leidenschaft etwas Großes. Erstelle deine Website mit Wix.
In der Arbeit jagt eine Aufgabe die nächste. Man fühlt sich wie im Hamsterrad. Wegen dem Stress bekam ich Darmbeschwerden. Entweder Durchfall, Bauchschmerzen, Blähungen. Was mir geholfen hat? Kijimea Pro.
Doing, it would be, I don't know, it would be a real big mistake for her to just say, well, screw the Green Party. Like I think her entire party would be really ticked off at her for that.
I honestly see, just from a political standpoint, the Greens and the NDP as more likely to form a coalition or to amalgamate, just because they're both on the far left end of the spectrum and they both have a lot of the same policies.
Yeah. Chris Baum for $5. I'd sooner I'd sooner let the ruler of...
No, lure.
Oh,
ruler
ruler of Omicron, Percy, I hate. To be our PM than Mark Carney.
Yes.
I am Lure. If you don't know who Lure is, look up Futurama.
I can't do the deep voice like that.
So, and Lawrence Neal for $10. What are the odds that the libs will be intelligent, be honest, act with integrity, and do the right thing? With the right thing being removing C-69, lowering taxes, stimulating the economy, etc. If they want to get elected again, they'll do all those things.
Well, here's the thing. They won't do it on their own, right? They need the Canadian people to stand up for these things. Like, if you want your free speech, you got to stand up for it. Unfortunately, we can't take these things for granted anymore. There's a lot of organizations I know that are working on this if they do decide to table a online hate or free speech bill.
And we will be one of them.
Yeah, and we're going to be one of them. And we would encourage all of you to get involved as well.
And Bliss and Chains on that note for $2. What are the odds that a new C63 will be passed? Don't know. But if any type of legislation like that does come in, we're going to be fighting it tooth and nail. And we are going to be, for those that are interested, we're going to be giving some information on how you can also, start to fight that. And you will see every civil liberties organization in Canada standing up to fight against it as well. So there's going to be a lot of public outcry if they try and do that again, and we'll be right there. And with any luck, we'll be in committee, and then we get to cover that committee. So that would be fun, covering our own committee.
I don't know about fun because the subject matter.
Well, it won't be fun.
I am concerned about Canada turning into the UK, where you have people who are being arrested for social media posts.
That's crazy.
Do you know what? I can't wrap my hand around that. Like, something that you can say online and then you can end up in jail.
Yeah.
Like, that's just crazy.
And we'll do 2 more Jade Sperry for $10. Barnaby from our own perspective. I'm angry about the whole election. I am not violent, just angry, but it will dissipate and I'll be fine. Thank you both for keeping the faith. And I think a lot of people can relate to you, Jerry.
100%.
We're just angry and disappointed, and we don't know what to do with this negative energy, right? So
talk to the people around you. I know it sounds kind of corny, but it really helps because the people around you may be feeling the exact same way. And if you did get involved with your campaign team over the election period, stay in touch with some of those people because no doubt that they're feeling the exact same way that you are. And
take a break from Facebook, take a break from Twitter.
Yeah, and you know what? Take a break from it if you need to. That's exactly what I did. I was just at a point where, number one, I was scared about the whole Russia thing. Number two, I was upset with how we were being lambasted online about it. And number three, I said, I need to step back for my own mental health. I need to take a break. And sometimes that's what you need to do. But don't completely isolate yourself is my advice. Talk to the people around you. Talk to people who will help you with your feelings because we really do need each other.
Yep. And Will Kalchuk for $2. I just say knee. Well, the Knights will say knee. Love all of you, your good work, NP, and thank you very much, Will, a longtime supporter and very, very generous. Thank you very much. And random things for $7. Do you see a scenario of Alberta, Saskatchewan, and BC separating with all the legal challenges and all of the required support that they would need? I don't see it happening. I don't. And if it does, it's going to take a long, long time, in my humble opinion. Anyway, so let's get to questions.
Yeah. So Barnaby's collecting.
Wait. Now we have the proper question period.
Oral questions. The questions, by their very nature, should be pointed, should be tough, should be specific, and the answer should also be clear.
That was funny.
Mr. Henderson.
Mr. Anderson.
What are you doing?
What? Did I fuck it up? I fucked it up. I thought that meant it was over. Why? Why do you hate me? What the fuck?
You might as well regard them as Honda and Toyota or Honda and Ford. They are completely different organizations altogether. They have no affiliation with each other than really name itself. They may have similar platforms, but as we've seen, there's no ties to the Ontario Progressive Conservative Party and the Federal Conservative Party, as well as the Nova Scotia Party. So we saw that in the federal election when Doug Ford came out and endorsed Mark Carney.
Like, they don't share a structure. They don't share finances, to the best of my knowledge. They don't share anything except for the name.
Now, the NDP, they are all the same organization and the same party where it comes to all the provincial organizations as well as the federal party. So that's a major difference. But when it comes to the Conservatives, they're not. And this, some people argue, contributes to some of the friction that has gone on and some of the reasons, why there is this airing of dirty laundry.
For fuck. My eyeball.
Out in front because the provincial politicians think it's to their benefit to try and shame the federal government. And, Ford wants to try and make himself seem like a strong leader. Well, he just won his election off of the back of all of the Conservative popularity that Pierre built. And there was really no thanks for that. So, and then he turns around and does what he does. Ford says, well, Pierre has never reached out to me. Okay, well, take that up with Pierre in private. You don't take that out in public.
Check your ego at the door. That's what I always say. Right. Like, there's no need for that. But anyway.
And Doug Ford is a Liberal. There's a lot of people that would agree with you, and this is why we declined our ballot.
Deb Schmitz says, is there a time frame for recounting? So I guess there's two ways to interpret this. Number one is, how long does it take to recount? The recount that was just done in Terrebonne it took 2 days. They started Thursday and they ended Saturday. So I guess maybe like 2.5, 3 days. And then the other way to interpret this is, when are the other recounts happening? So the judicial recount for Terra Nova, the Peninsulas, is happening on Monday, May 12th. So that's tomorrow. And the judicial recount for Milton East, Halton Hills is happening the next day, May 13th. And then the judicial recount for Windsor Tecumseh Lakeshore is happening on Tuesday, May 20th. So those are the dates for the recounts, and we expect those to take a couple days each. Next question is from Ariel. It says, what is the possibility that we can get the pictures of all the rejected ballots in close writing so that they can be examined? We deserve to see. Probably zero.
So, yeah.
Again, what's the logic that a regular citizen deserves to see rejected ballots? I mean, that's why we have the person counting the ballots whose job it is, who's been trained to count those ballots. Yeah. And we also have the scrutineers who watch that happen. And then, if necessary, if it goes to judicial review, the judge will do it. So I don't agree with that premise that Canadians deserve to see. Sorry.
Well, and some people are signing their name on them as well. So
right.
that gives you the potential to actually breach privacy and display for for everybody how they voted. So.
But I think it's very
Yeah, but you
important to
can just
point
shame
out
how you vote.
just
You
how
can just
valuable
say how you
scrutineers
vote.
are
Why does it
in this
matter?
entire process, because they are the eyes
should
and
help
ears
your
of the
spouse,
party
your coworkers.
when it
Like,
comes
it's
to
so
ballot
stupid.
counting.
Well, and if they see something going wrong or see something very strange, they are supposed to report that at the polling station.
Yeah, I had said last week that they are to report it to the DRO, or the deputy returning officer. And then I received an email, I believe it was from a DRO, who had said the appropriate person to point it to is the CPS, which I believe is Central Polling Supervisor, if I'm not mistaken about the acronym. Regardless, it should be reported to the appropriate personnel at the station when it happens. The importance of the scrutineer cannot be overstated, because even though it's a volunteer position, it's so important to have somebody
exactly. They're
from each
volunteers.
party
They're
who is
not
there to watch
trained.
exactly what's going on. And that's why we encourage everybody, if you could, to get involved as a scrutineer, because we need one at every single polling station. You need about 64,000 per party across the country. Like, that's a lot of volunteers that are needed on election night, and that ensures that our democracy runs smoothly. This question is from Cindy Piper. It says, can you please ask, I've heard that the judge is allowing votes that have writing on them other than the check and X. Is this allowed? So this was in regards to the Windsor Tecumseh Lakeshore riding that's being contested.
This is what Kazimierczuk is asking for. He's basically saying, oh, well, there was a bunch of ballots that they just said, liberals are awesome or something like that. And that's kind of his justification. And he's trying to, persuade the judge to do that. There's been no indication of what is going to be accepted. And those that are trying to say that they are going to be accepted, I don't think they have a full understanding of it.